muted, but so thank you for letting me know, but I wasn't muted. My PC was not picking up the microphone for whatever reason. I'm not exactly sure. And yes, I was a mime for a short while there, Drag, and welcome in as well. So yesterday I couldn't do streams, so today we'll need to see how far we can get. I'll be happy to help out. Let me see if everything hooks properly. There we go. And you need Hellblade powder. Yeah, Hellblade powder is a pain to procure. But I don't mind joining you. As I said, I am going to be opening my own lobbies from now on. I don't mind you joining me though. And Bold, congratulations on finishing Dread Queen completely. Well, I'm not sure if you finished EX Dread Queen. You might have. I'm not sure how exactly to read that. You're going to bully Drill Tusk. Have a lot of fun with him. I am not surprised, Mark. Redeem it when you are ready. Okay. Drill Tusk is indeed has indeed a water weakness. You are correct about that. Let me also bring. There we are. This back in. Mark, welcome in. And so we need some Hellblade powder that is water weakness as well. I have, after last time, I have extended my workload on anything that I have to craft from Deviants. Thank you for letting me know. I haven't switched over the screen. There we are. Thank you for the reminder, Mark. New job unlocked. Not exactly sure what you mean with that. If you mean reminding me, then yeah, that might be something that might need to be done from time to time. A G4 Hunt, I'm not exactly sure. Hellblade powder, you should be getting up to G rank as well. Not exactly sure with it though. Okay, this is a no faint quest in the volcano. Do I need anything special? Not really. Do, 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 do. It does get harder, of course. And Thrag, I'm still not exactly sure what you are hunting. Uropta? Do you mean Uroctors? That is the closest now that comes to mind. The Uroctors. Okay. Yeah. The names do sometimes tend to be a little bit complicated on how exactly where they're coming from, especially for non-Japanese speakers. If the names do not get translated, some of them do seem quite weird. Although Urukto might be a translated name, I'm not even sure about that. It's not the most understandable of names. Mark, what is it? Absolutely, that is something you will need to farm then. I wish you a lot of luck, that you will be getting the scales you need quickly, and that they're not giving you the other carves that you do not need from them today. Yeah. So you sent me out on a quest. Yeah. I finished. It was a win chance of D, G rank. Again, I do hope that you will be receiving them very quickly. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what percentage a D rank 1 is, but you can send people you have their guild cards off. You can send them off to go do quests. They bring you. It's not like rare stuff they can bring you back, but some of the more annoying materials they can actually find and bring back to you. There might be something that you need to unlock it though. I haven't started a new save basically since I started this one, so I don't exactly know if there are conditions or if they just unlock with as you are collecting them. Okay, sentence structure. I need to work on that. It is absolutely not a bother to anybody. It is basically something that is done as... so, for example, I will not receive any notification that you have sent me out on your own or in your own game. It is just something that helps you to gather a few of the resources. It's an addition to the Meowster Hunters, that is correct. But you can target it, but it is never going to bother anybody. That is good. I plan not on using it, but it's good to have. How I ended up with 5, I'm unsure. Oh, that is what I forgot to do. I forgot to order some more first aid med pluses, but that is going to be fine. It's just going to be my own mega potions that I'll be using up a little bit. Insurance is a feline skill that doesn't decrease the reward money for the first hunter to faint on the mission. It's basically a free feint in that regard, and since this is a mission where a single feint will fail it, it's a good feline skill to have, because it allows you still have one feint despite the restrictions. A free pass, basically, yes. All of the normal effects of a card will still be there, so... Ooh, bloody hell, I did do some boo-boo here. This is going to be bad. I am not in my normal mode. Yeah, I am currently in aerial. And I must just have swapped the mission, the weapon over from what I was playing last time. And I think that was a hammer I switched over to the longsword without adjusting anything. Okay, I have no idea how to charge the sword in this mode. Okay, that's probably the swing I need to charge my sword. Very inconvenient. Probably also means I can't sharpen it in the normal way. Yeah, you do need to use the combo after you land. Okay, that is not going to be helpful. Yeah, and forgetting to switch over to basically switch the weapon as I ought to be doing, because I have prepared equipment sets and including weapon styles and stuff, and having forgotten to do that properly. Well, it is what it is now. That was bad. Okay, I'm probably not going to get you down now. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No, I'm getting him. Yeah, it's not great for longsword. But I have to use it now. I'm probably not going to get really anything. Mainly also because I do not have any arts equipped. Well, I'll have to make it work. Oh, come on. I am so used to be just able to dodge through that. Let's keep the sharpness up. I do want it defeated as quickly as possible. Yeah. It's a G4 one. He does deal quite a bit of damage, and okay, I was so sure that would get stuck in the wall there. You know, I can't dodge into it. Don't forget about that. I am happy that your plushie arrived yesterday. Do you know... Oh, well, you do know whose plushie it is, but I don't quite remember. Krelly, okay. Somebody I do not know very well. And he is very angry again. Hello, Tira. Good morning. How are you? I hope you are well. Ooh, I hope you are fine after your fall. Okay, that's going to be a bloody annoyance. Just some light bruising. I am happy to hear that you are mostly fine. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, that was double extra hard mode. Let me do that properly. Bearlight ore you will find on the deserted island. In area 4 there are the most mining spots. Okay. I don't mind going again, but equipment sets, there we are. And now I can switch over to my a water long sword and be fine. That is unavoidable, unfortunately. I hope though that it heals off quickly and that it is only becoming mostly a nuisance for now. Well, until it heals, and then I hope it's gone. But I am happy that nothing is broken or so. Oh yeah. So, what am I doing? What have I done additionally? So first off, I did clean up the weapons. They are now sorted by category. And because I did try the Charge Blade and found the Charge Blade to be a very fun weapon after all, I decided to to go ahead with it a bit more, and I do want to... No, okay. Charge Blade is correct here, but yeah, going through and making the 3 that or the 4 actually, that I wouldn't have done before, Gun Lance, Charge Blade, and Switch Axe and Heavy Bowgun, I'll be doing their Deviant stuff as well. And for that, I moved the talismans over, occupied another page with it. Mostly nuisances. Yeah, I am happy that it is nothing worse, but yeah, it very understandably is very annoying. So I do understand that, and I do wish you a very speedy recovery from it. And to everybody who has joined me since the last quest, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday, and I hope you can look forward to more of a great Saturday. Yeah, I was really focused on trying to survive with a style on my longsword that I don't usually play, that I find is not very good for it. And well, I do... That is... It is something that you now got down to -2. Okay, you really pushed the defense up on this one. So, no, -3, not too bad. Very seriously, that is. You're going to take a little bit more damage, but it's mostly neutral, so don't worry too much about that. Like, something like mine is a 20 or so, that is really something you need to keep a huge eye on. I know that's the food buff. That's a 7-point food buff, which is very useful. It is a buff, for example, that I always take along for Thunder. Dragon less so, because the skills you usually get are less practical for me. And there is that Hellblade does do blast more often than not. True, but only as it explodes. The other moments it is actually fine. I'll be taking 2 here, sorry for the hole. That is not wrong, but seriously, with a basically neutral defense, it's fine. Yes, you'll take less damage in with a positive defense, but it's basically neutral, so... So it's fine in this case, I'd say. Okay, and now that I am properly equipped with art and style, I should be able to deal with it much more easily. Now that I said that, I'm already remembering that I'm going to be ruining every timing and so on, but still. Okay, let's paint you. Not getting hit is indeed the best defense possible. Oops. That was far too early. There we go. That should be a charge. No, he's jumping off. Here we go. That was too aggressive there, Mark, but these timings are something you will learn, so don't worry too much about it. One only, that is fine. Unfortunate, that took too long. No, food buffs unfortunately disappear after a single cart. You would need to bring Foodie along. It's not a bad skill, but I prefer other. Dang it! I thought I had the timing there. What else could I have done? I had the one hit. That was fine. And then I rolled too early. Instead of that hit, could I gone somewhere else? This is the Zero Feint quest indeed. No, it's not impossible. Well, it's not impossible. I've soloed some of those before. Not this one specifically. But I really want to know now. I have one solo EX so far. Well, it's not the greatest, but I don't think that's the main issue. He was, and I do think that is 2. Yeah, okay, I haven't gone further than this on my Glavenus yet. Let's go with this one. He'll also provide us the powder Mark needs. But I'll get some more practice in for the timings if you want the tickets later. Well, I thought he might want the powder and the tickets, so... And I can use some of those tickets, as you saw myself still. Yeah, that is indeed an issue. I'm pretty good with it. Let's take this one. He'll have the same chances for the drops, and the head break rewards will be a lot easier, and we have a few more chances. And I do hope that he gives me the timing. No, we're going to be doing this one for now. We'll be doing enough, or I will be putting up more low rank and high rank stuff. Anyway, I need a ton of tickets now, more. And I have the feeling that I've forgotten something. No, I have not. Okay. Where does he start? 5. Okay. He starts 4. Okay. Yeah, this would have been the shortest way over. Indeed, a fire monster on the beach. But I mean, come on. They are also allowed to enjoy beach time and beach sun from time to time. Well, he's... well, not quite in the water. Well, I think most monsters might die very quickly if they fall into the deep end, but I don't think that is something possible. You got a powder, happy to hear. Let's see The only times I am actually unhappy to see large wyvern tears. You mean fighting him on the beach? Here we are. We do want a head break with him as well. Yeah, that was far too early. Let me roll out there to heal. We can help out here. Okay. Every shiny, it has the same chances for drops. The fire orb is not a powder. I don't need quite as many, I'm guessing, as Mark does, but I still need a few. Painful hit. I do know about the trap. You can absolutely ask for that. Nice. I want to pull him a bit more towards the beach again. Yeah, I deserve that one. It's usually fine because stuff like Congalala or so, I do know the movement pretty well and I am aware of how they look behind the trees. Glavino's less so. And what tail swipe exactly comes is hard to see through the trees now. Okay, yeah, that's the main issue. Happy to have you back on the beach, big one. Of course, I don't stop great there. Thank you. And there comes the tail off. First one down, second one to go. A Pallium. And the bloody Congas can't help but be farting about. Do, do, do. I am happy for your powder luck. Me having gotten one, very happy about that already. There we go. I would want to sharpen up a little bit here. Let me quickly move over such that I can do that, and then I'll just walk through the combo list here as well. Okay. Damn it, slightly off. And if I'm off on the timing, I do get punished here. Okay. That was very helpful from Kid, and now I need to... I want to focus. Come on. Okay, that came in at a good timing here. And he is moving out. Don't think that dropped a shiny for me. And that is up here, up the cliff. I ran over it. Okay. Okay, too bad then. I'm now not going to just run back to have another look. If it was a powder, that is then unfortunate. That was a great timing. Let's see if we can't inflict enough damage. There we go. Very nice. Okay, the tail is unfortunately unreachable there. That is one more Hellblade powder. Okay. He is moving on once again. Expensive, but the second time around here isn't... well, the second Glavenus is not quite as expensive as the first one, luckily. Okay, no idea what I was really going there for, because he had jumped away. Should have been clear that I'm not reaching him anymore. One more here. That was painful. This is much better now. There we go. He's moving on, but not for long or far anymore. You will wake him up, absolutely. Should be asleep by now, but it's always hard to say. Just go wake him up. The crabs can be annoying, but... sheesh. I was under the impression that you were already charging. Luckily... Well, no. With the charge on the tail, that might have very well gotten us the tail. But he's down, and that is the most important thing. Next time, if you want to sharpen, do it before we go in. 2 orbs, that is very nice to have. They might not be quite as useful anymore, but depending on what you want to do or how much you still want to craft, it's good to have them. I really, really wish there was a way to switch some parameters, i.e. travel here without changing connection status. Let's put these into the sheet. Nice upgrades here. up to 13. And then an upgraded armor piece here also. No, 13. 13, and that's it. I can't do anything more. So, 2 more quests with Mark, then I'll be switching over to Thraig. And then again, in about 1.5 hours, we'll see who still has time and still wants to join me. So I select the last quest. It is now Mark's turn. That is understandably annoying. But yeah. I hope it's not going to be too bad. If you do come back later on, I don't mind helping out some more, but with how that then transpired, Thraig, if you do have the time, we can... I can start helping you immediately then. No, that's wrong. I do want a password on it. Sorry, not this one. This is not going to be working. Then, okay, what did I... Okay, I know what mistake I made. Again. 2 mistakes back to back. So this one you should be able to join Thraig, and then we can go do quests for you. Let me... No, wrong button. Just redo the message to pin. It is really unfortunate that these can't be... that I cannot switch from the Wacademy Hub to the pub without redoing all of this. Okay. With this, though, I am slightly transparent. That could be because of the color of the shirt. Ooh, no, I'm badly transparent, actually. This should be much better. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. True. Welcome to the hub. Do, 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 do. For anybody, that is something at least for anybody who wants to force me to run around with weapons I barely know. I did put in a redeem for it that you can choose weapon type more than anything else. Well, the questionable content I don't think works quite as well for me as it does for others. Dual blades. That's a fair enough request. And I absolutely do need to remember that I need to do this here. What do you want to go hunt? Maybe I do have dual blades that I can... nothing too great. I could go if I wanted to, but I do think these are going to be more... These are going to be better and generous. Shogun and Glavenus. Yeah, no, I'm going to stay with what I have. Shogun first. Yeah, I have eaten. Let me bring a few hot drinks. That is fine. I'll be posting him next then. Let me also open something here. Quest lists. Hub, you need 2 claws. Hopefully you'll get them soon. But we can also get you up to Hunter rank 3 here after Glavenus. So you can go hunt a few more monsters in low rank on your own. Yeah, absolutely. I'll be happy to help with that. Well, I'm not surprised it's attacking anybody. It's a senator. They're not known for their restraint. We'll be finding him, as usual, probably in the caves. Okay, that's a race I very clearly lost, especially since I had quite a lot of head start. Here he is. Dum, dum. Oh, he is on the ceiling. I was expecting him to come crashing down immediately. That's another ceiling jump. There we go. Come on. Not even that cracks it. Okay. First claw cracked. Okay, I'm unsure exactly how much of that he got as damage and how much of that was a show, since I had stopped there already. And he has decided he has enough here. Don't know what I was expecting. Sorry. That was my bad. Okay, we got the second claw cracked. Good chance for you to get some in the rewards. You're absolutely welcome. Happy to have both claws cracked. That is absolutely fine. I would have been much better with longsword as well, but taking the time to learn new weapons, or to learn them in the first place, is not a bad thing. If you are, I'm happy for you. Sorry, if you did get them, that's really, yeah, I'd be really happy for you. Let me have a look. I do have. No, not yet. Let's go guild with anything I don't know. Equipment set register here, then I have that as well. There we are. Didn't I have one more charge blade? I already registered. Switch axe I had not registered yet. Do I have enough room to bring everything, to type everything in? You need Glavinus tail pieces. Absolutely. Okay, switch axe is not really something I do want to use here. And that was a mistake. And you forget you're in the wrong part. Let's save guild style, but I will be bringing valor for this one. Raven did help me out quite a bit explaining valor style to me, so let's bring it here. Let's see if I do remember those things from last week. And sorry for having you wait here a little bit. And you said Glavinus. There we are. Great sword indeed. Doesn't really matter too much now, does it? Yeah, contrary to me, who Go, like, I am very much a one-trick pony with the longsword that I really do well. And then in a whole group where I feel okay-ish with. But your explanation on how to do the Valor style on the Greatsword correctly was a big help last week, Raven. So thank you again very much. And I am, as I said, taking it up that I don't exactly forget that immediately. So yeah, the Greatsword, I at least now understand somewhat what it's asking of me, so to say. If that makes sense, and, well, I then only need to practice in order to really get used to and master it. Oh yeah, that doesn't work. Okay, he's going to be a really good practice partner for that. Even if... Okay, the Valor evade is still something I really need to practice. Unfortunate. Sorry I could not help you with any heals there. Don't worry about it. And Glavenus is really... he's more advanced practice for this, actually, rather than beginner practice, but... I did manage to now fill up the Valor bar. Ah, bloody hell. Okay, not great. Okay. And I might be... Are you kidding me? Okay, that's not what I expected. I expected the tail to slam down. Okay, good hit. We can let him move out, though I'm not sure where he sleeps. I don't think it's area number 2 where he sleeps. That's going to require a block here. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay. Not quite what I wanted to do, but it is... It was good. Yes, absolutely. That is something that is really nice, and let's put it like that. I understand. I start to understand how it works. How that gap works, because the longsword already takes some time to take away, quite a bit more than the longsword. So, and now having this gap, immediately going for the charge or starting to be able to do the Valor evades with it, I'm understanding what it wants of me, even if I'm far from mastering it. But that understanding needs to be built first before the mastering can even commence. Yeah, and the sheath sharpen is also not bad here. One part evasive, one part guard. I don't think the greatsword can do both a guard and the... Well, it can do the evade, but I don't think it can do the guard, or can it? Let's stay with it for now. I hope you got the tail pieces you needed. Valor just... Okay, yeah, okay, bloody hell. Valor just has the sheath. It's Adept that would do the block, but the greatsword would have only the Adept Evade. One more. Absolutely. Okay, that's a mess. Luckily, it was only water. Oh, it'll dry out. Black X is the go for it. What do you mean with Black X? The Black Fatalis X armor? Okay, I forgot to bring... Vraig along. No, it's fine, I'm coming back. Okay. I will need to upgrade that. I think I have it, but it's not completely upgraded. Let me eat again. That is absolutely fine. Might have even been me who derped. Okay. Worked out this time. And I have a little bit more to practice now. Let's color his snout a little bit pink. Okay, I'm happy that was a hit, despite everything. Has a lot of skills, the Greatsword wants focus, crit, draw, sheath control. Which then would absolutely make it very valuable. Okay, I was trying to get something done there, didn't quite work out. I was a little bit slow. I'm currently also not paying any attention to the Greatsword sweet spots. Although I do think that was a good one. Yeah, I absolutely could do something like that. I need to have a look at the talismans that I am currently having in my to keep list. Okay. There are some monsters that are easier with it, but Glavenus does require a bit more practice. That was a good one. Should have sheathed after all. Okay, I'm not exactly sure I quite understand what you mean with that. Oh yeah, my Valor stance is over. Need to charge that again. That is something I know. Okay, sheath, sharpen, plus 10 with 3 slots. Well, I'll have a look at, as I said, I'll have a quick look at the talismans I already have. And then instead of having one wished talisman combo, I can immediately add a second one to that. Don't think I can keep him here. Okay, even completely missed that hit. I really... I'm not getting any luck here, am I? Okay, that... I don't have the backward swing in this stance I need to get used to. Yeah. Fortunately, we did not get the tail, although the tail... A cut tail usually doesn't give the tail pieces. It's the crack that is important for those. Restricting and changing, because unless you do have the big backward swing, so kept stepping out. That was not planned. You have the normal one, and then it is there. Did I misclick it here? There. I probably misclicked then, or it came out of something else, but it just had a jab forward before. And I am not all that used to that jab. But different styles, different moves, I need to get used to it. These two are unfortunately not usable. Nothing here. Sheathing, that is not quite what I require. There is a sheath sharpen. Congratulations on the upgrade, Thraig. There is a sheath sharpen, but no slots. Yeah, for the greatsword, I'll be going with Valor for now. I'll be practicing that. So it doesn't immediately work out for me. That being said, though, do you have anything from the pot? Yeah, I'll be quickly going through here. Okay, nothing special. Do I have enough for one more? I don't. And now that I think about it, since you do have the upgrade, do you want to go on pushing your rank a bit more? I do have the list open here, what we need to do. Okay, first off would be Nibblesnarf. The Desert Gourmand is the quest name. There we are. Let's see if I remember the fishing trick. Okay. Barrel business is supposed to be safe. Let's make it safe for him again. One thing I always thought, but turned out to be wrong, that Nibble Snarfeet Hunt also would hunt him at least partially underwater. Okay, that brings me to a big question here. What happens if I do this? Okay, and I thought that would be him. But in that case in particular, he does not act like Basarios. That is a swallowed bomb. And now you can fish him. There we are. And now you can fish again. Hop. Okay. Doesn't want to stay. We have a few shinies about. And he is going to go sleep, so... Not very healthy considering that it's 2 greatswords hunting him. And we now have time to sit down correctly and really give him a lot to think about. Okay. I'll be the more awkward one since I can't charge now from the beginning. So let me draw. Okay, when you are ready. Can I fish him one more time? Apparently yes. No, apparently no. Spoke too soon there. Should have gone for the charge instead. We have a bone pile there. Another shiny here. And a few insects to grab here. Raven, welcome in. I didn't even see you dropping in. The next quest is going to be noise violation for you. Lance. Which style do I have? Striker. I think that is considered the strongest style for it. You don't have to hurry. Yeah, but that is the one you want next. That's Najarala. Okay, I have no idea what bow that is, but you're wearing at least some Rajang armor below that. Striker is solid for greatsword, it's a go-to for lance. I probably, now that I've practiced Valor a little bit, I'll need to decide between Valor and Adept for greatsword. Oh, okay, Yelka Arc full Ratharos, so I wasn't wrong about the armor, but it's not a bow I knew before. Not even sure if I have enough room to really put it in. Yeah, okay, no. It's probably the faster way to get to him. Even then, not by that much. Slightly faster. Pong, pong, pong. I'm probably going to get munched on. There we are. Okay, he pushed me out. Of course he did. Fighting in the doorways. At least going to feel always like I'm going to get pushed out. There we are. Najarala down. It wasn't too long, but it still, for some reason, did feel long. Yelka upgrades to Harbinger's Battle Bow, which is the to-go heavy bow. Heavy bow as in it has the heavy shots, I'm guessing. As blast arc shots. Okay, I see, I see. Ah, okay. Not exactly sure what blast arc then exactly is, but if it is the to-go bow, I might want to create it. Okay, you can show me. Not exactly sure how you do that. Can you create Yelka's arc just like that, or do I have to go through another bow? just to put it in. I'm not, that's not what I'm doubting. And I'm not going to be bringing it, but I would want to have something to represent like this. One more, I'm guessing. There is Yelka. Yeah, thank you for the info. I had looked it up quickly. As for you, Thraik, your next quest is going to be in search of the young Garuga. Okay, I'm not getting it all the way up there, but almost all the way up. So let's put you into the bows here. And I will be bringing the, no, not for young Garuga. If I do have, and I do have a free weapon choice at the moment, I'll be bringing dual blades. Have I eaten? Not yet. Doesn't really matter now, does it? Yeah, I have used Rapids, even though my favorite in Freedom Unite is still Pierce. But since the Akanta bow has all three and Rapid is the last one, I have used it, used the shot quite a bit. Welcome back, Mark. No. Actually, we're going the wrong way around. Unless he is starting in the nest. Garuga is starting in the nest. I'm not sure. That's what I thought. He's not starting in the nest. And I do see what you mean with knocking people about. Ah, the Eternal Charger. Mark, welcome back to the hub. Oh, those are a hit and miss with him. Sometimes he can fall into it, but I don't think in this case he'll... Yeah, no, he's going to blow the trap up. Okay. He is going over here. He'll be... does he sleep here? I think so. Do you want to capture him? No, just the trap in order to maul him. Prevent his charging, yeah. Yes, Narga needs to be angry to land on them. I find it a bit sad that they haven't expanded that and made that more standard. Monsters, I do think, are more interesting if they can ignore traps in certain moments. But it is what it is. Okay. Next quest is then indeed the monster we've been talking about, Operation Secure Specimen. Which is Nargacuga. And it's a capture quest. So we need to take care with that. I did bring traps and trank bombs. And I do have Capture Guru. Hellblade, Blade Master Armor, very nice. Fair enough. I usually don't have traps on me. And I have trank bombs even more rarely. Which is fine for low rank. They can be very useful, but unless it's a monster I really need them, I usually don't bring them along. They do take up a lot of space, especially if you also bring combi material. And yeah, as such, I only bring them when really necessary. The longest part is probably to get him into the trap in the first place. It's fine. He can be caught. That's not great. Almost. Didn't even have the chance to throw a trank bomb. But Narga is now taking a well-deserved peaceful nap. With that, there are 2 more quests for you, Thraig. Royal Assassination with Rathien and Malfestio Festival. Absolutely, we do have a moment. Fetch yourself a drink. Yeah. Sometimes that happens, especially with a greatsword. You can apply enough for an immediate explosion. It's not a bad weapon. It's not... I don't like blast a lot myself. You have a look. Rathien. I haven't used Sword Shield yet. Okay, I see. That is useful. Not something I really tend to use. GG or Ribena? Royal Assassination is the one that you need to accept. And if that was not the question, then I have misunderstood it. I don't know either. Well, I do know some gamer subs. Let's go with GG gamer subs. Yeah, that is something that is very useful for that armor. And something that I will be enjoying about the armor itself. Which is fine, I think. We do have a moment, though. Let me have a quick look at something. I do have gold bow. Can I put something proper together, and what do you have? Heavy. That's not great, I think. I might have equipment for that. Let me have a look. Should have it on this armor, even though not quite sure. Let me have a quick look. Load up. Heavy polish I don't need. Let's try it. I'm happy to hear you enjoy it, but yeah. You'll need to order more. As for Ribena, I'm not exactly sure what drink that is. It's a really nice British drink. It is British. I have not seen it before. Absolutely enjoy bullying Valstrax with it. So, like this though, I should have the Rapid 5 there. Oh, I have no Hunter Arts equipped. I'll be right back. I do want to equip those. That reminds me, coatings. I need to bring coatings as well. Hunter Arts is here. Guild. Not sure if I should be tactical retreat. Let's try these two. You'll go with Haste Rain. Haven't brought it now, I'll be right back. Again. Let's replace like this then. I'm not sure if I can bring power to. I don't think I have any, and I don't think you can buy them. First time gunner in a long while. No, you can buy them. Can I use Not even. Well, I have a few for the stock then. Oh, you can't. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I am used to buying basically everything I really use in Freedom Unite, so... Let's see if that is still the same loading the bow as I'm used to. For that, as though I do expect it to be exactly. Okay, no idea what that is. Running a bit on empty on my stamina there. Okay, is that the distance they are going to be flying? It looks like it. It's missing a few things I absolutely want to put on a turbo. I'll need to check the armor. I'm missing fast charge and a few other things. Rathian... Greatsword, though, seriously, I do think that Rathian is good with. I was using the guild style, so... But then again, you did say that Valor is... Okay. Adept and Valor. I think I'll try Valor then. Not Valor, Adept first. Oh, the guild style shows me the circle for the arc shots. Okay, I see. Okay. So, last one for you, Dhraig, would be Malfestio Festival. Poogie. Okay, let's have a look. I have shot boost. Okay, let's switch to Adept. Okay, that makes sense. Well, you won't have to hunt him alone this time. How much room do I have on the armor? It's basically full. You're losing... Okay, I see. Don't even... I'm not even sure if I have that. Let me refill the power coatings here. But despite the great damage of this bow from the from everything else surrounding it, it's not the greatest bow. It's not as good as some of the other Atarkar weapons. Absolutely, that's the goal. Okay, I see. That is not quite what I have here, so... But for here, it's good, and it's not bad to get some more training in. That was not good enough. That is Malfestio down. Okay, the armor isn't great either. Now we have the urgent one, and then you'll be Hunter rank 3. And from there, you'll be climbing up until you unlock it, but that has time. The armor? Yeah. So yeah, my Glavenus armor does show quite a bit more skin than my Kushala Daora armor. And yeah, nice chicken nuggets waiting for us now. Unless the cats have all eaten it, which also might happen. Okay, the next one is Astalos. I don't quite feel comfortable hunting him with a bow. Equipment sets, register. Just want to make sure. Okay, bow goes over here. So yeah, this is absolutely useful. So, sorry, focus would absolutely be useful. And let me just rename this, or I'm going to be, come on, wondering what I put here. I'm really not doing this well. Okay, really not having done this often leaves something to be desired. But here I'll be bringing sword and shield. Focus plus 6, 3-slot talisman. Yeah, I don't mind. But I'll be needing to find the talisman properly for that. So, I do wonder how close... Well, Guildstall should be pretty close to how I'm used to the sword and shield. We'll see. Block, block, block. I'm using sword and shield. I should block. There we are. There we are. Tail must be lying about somewhere as well. Yeah, those things happen. Sometimes a monster decides they don't like you, and then they go hard on it. You are welcome, Thraig. And now there'll be a whole new rank for you to explore the monsters of. I think Catcher is one of the nicer one. New armor, new weapons. Absolutely. What else do I have for sword and shield? You fought whom with a low rank? With a low rank armor. Astalos, if you did fight him with low rank armor, yeah, he can do a ton of damage with that. No? Oh, Catcher. Okay, I am going to do something I don't think I'm ready for. I see. No, I'm not ready for... No, I'm not going to practice, which no. Don't feel ready, but what I will be doing is some more sets, equip, some more charge blade. I can do that a few times more. His flying angry attack, yeah. That is absolutely something that can kill. And yeah, Catcher, while not being one of the most threatening monsters, definitely has some stuff. Striker is top-notch because Energy Charge and Demon Riot synchronize very well. Okay. But I am going to leave that for another day. Yes, I did say let's try it, but then I realized I have no idea how the switching works and everything. So let's go with something I do have a bit more experience with. Absolutely, that is fine. Oh yeah, now come all of the Fated Four come in here. Okay, that is interesting. Well, that is... I'm not sure what you mean. Geodrome, you should be able to fight him on low rank. At least as far as I remember. There's a Velocity. Sword mode with Power File is pretty strong. Absolutely, we can go for Astalos again. That's Prey. Okay, indeed. Geodrome is not in low rank. I see a little bit of a pattern. That is fine. Then we'll be switching back to G rank. After this, I'll be opening a new pub hall, and we can do some rolling quests. So you stopped the hotels from sliding around. Yeah, if they are not properly adjusted, then it's going to be a mess. I really understand that, but I'm happy you managed to do that properly. Absolutely, but as I said, we're going to do some rolling quests. Yeah, no, you do not want... You don't want your controls to tilt. It'll be hard to... And that was quick work of Rathalos. Don't think I contributed very much. I was trying to focus on how to play it. I don't think you can change the names of a save file. At least not in Monster Hunter. Which is what I assumed you'd be talking about if you were... I don't think that is possible, unfortunately. Yeah, it's unfortunate. That is not... I don't know. You'd be surprised how hard it is to cut certain... how hard it can be to cut a hide. You are welcome, Thraig. So, yeah. That will come with time, don't worry too much about it. And see you later, Thraig. I'll be, as I said, opening a new hub. You mean Astalos' body? I'm not so sure. That is absolutely fine, Thraig. You'd be surprised. Chitin can be quite something tough. That is terribly important, Raven, please do so. It would be unfortunate were they starting to eat you afterwards. IR Murky, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday so far, and that you can be looking forward to more of a really nice Sunday. Welcome in, I hope. Make yourself comfortable. So I had 25:34, yeah. Well, you might have really needed that sleep then, if you have slept for so long. Yeah, no, I'm going to switch properly this time. Mark, you do want to do another Hellblade? Thank you very much in advance for that, Thraig. Thank you, and it is still very much appreciated and always will be appreciated. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Mark is, I think, switching over. Hyper flare scale. I need to look that up. Give me a second. Hyper flare scale. Yeah, me too. Thank you very much, Thraig. I don't think I'm that awesome, but if you do think so, thank you very, very much. Hyper flare scale is basically Glavenus, Uragan, Yangaruga, Agnaktor has flare scale, so monsters with a lot of fire attributes. And some epic hunting quests. Basically the fire hypers, yes. Thank you very much for that. It is very much appreciated. Yeah, absolutely. Let me switch to a proper elemented longsword. Okay. Tickets, I think you can only get in the appropriate rank, yes. So we need to go for over a few times. Sorry, that was not very coherent. So since you can only get the hyper tickets in the appropriate rank, we'll need to hunt a few hypers in order for you to get everything you need. So, yeah. And for everybody new, I think I can go through again. I was using a few weapons now. I am, though, very much a longsword user, so that reminds me I did want to switch that back off again. For I do not... I do want to be using what I feel proper now. 3 is also in 6. I don't think you'll be getting that very much. But we can go for it. I think here in 6 we'll be getting mostly level 1 tickets. Otherwise, which actually I can use a few off again. Since I expanded that by quite a bit, that endeavor. Okay, dang it. That was an exploding tail. And I go boom. Okay. I'm surprised. At least as long as there is a tail, I do want to try and cut it. Glavenus is not necessarily the easiest to get your tail cuts, but I am very much trying to get the tail if I can. Okay, slightly late on that. Oh, come on. Okay, that was probably not Glavenus taking that hit. I really was hoping we have another hammer main. Seriously, if I am playing with a hammer, I'm absolutely trying to get out of their way, because you do need some space to work the hammer. Also, partially from experience, I have been using the hammer a few times lately, and I do have experience with the hammer from Freedom Unite, where it was pretty clear all the hammer... Sorry. I thought he had been napping already. And he's dead. I don't mind getting yeeted. It's a possible mount. But yeah, no, I do try to keep out of the way of hammer users. Even if there is no tail to cut anymore. And I'm half feeling like all of those people that come and knock you about a little bit then might feel grumpy afterwards that they are not that you're not getting a lot of stuns in. Yeah. Well, do keep in mind I am, or have been, a mostly solo player. So running to the head after breaking the tail is something natural, but if I'm playing in a team and I have a hammer, I do try to get out of their way. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, absolutely. With even a decent hammer, you'll have the break pretty easily. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, no, I do get that. But solo, my it goes like tail, head, wings, or back, depending on what else I still need to break. And if I'm not going to be bothering anybody at the head, I'll be going for it as well after the tail cut. That would be a very nice addition to the roster, but it would be another melee weapon, and that would reduce the gunners again a little bit, and I'm not getting to that tail well. I was stuck a lot longer in there than I was thinking. It would be a very fun weapon to play with, I guess. I'd need to learn it first. But I do think one of the problems they have with the ranged weapons, there is not all that much that would even make sense to bring in. Okay, this time I'll be more careful. If you could wake him up on the tail, we might get that tail break for him. Welcome back, Thraig. And I do need to take a look on how I can combine all three of those chats now. Maybe something movement focused for the ranged weapons. Crossbows are the gun, the light and heavy bow guns are that pretty much. Not all of them, sure, but the idea is there. The sling might be something that you have a movement focused range class, but that might actually be OP. Yeah, we did. But for whatever reason, they decided not to continue it as or bring it over to the main line. I'm not exactly sure where it turned up. So yeah, you have a few there. Yeah, if you go traditional, you have the problem that in theory you need to load every single bow. Every single bolt, sorry. And it might work, but again, I think it's harder for them to make something that is good there than for the melee weapons. But I do understand your wish very well to have more. Thraig, I stream on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. Give me a second. I will be coming for Hellblade 3. Yeah, absolutely. It would need to be very, very strong. So I have gun lance. I have switch axe and charge blade. It could work that way as a sniper, but if you're too far away and it's too easy to stay out of range and you have like a huge range with a very strong shot, that is going to be a bit of an issue. Just in it being too strong compared to other things. Here. Sorry, I do want to sort this or it's going to be resulting in a huge mess. That is 5. So here. And the charge blade. Is the 4th position. I'm not exactly sure how I had planned that now. Thank you very much for that, Thraig. I don't see a musket-like weapon anymore, really. It would be... I don't think it would be too bad with a long reload. The issue is that if you can walk during that... Yeah, something that, like a musket, makes so much noise that after a single shot the monster is going to target you for 1 or 2 attacks. The issue is I think finding the right damage balance there, because if you have too much how shall I put it? If you have too much damage, it's going to be too strong. If it's too little damage, it's not going to be enough. And I think it's complicated. If it could be a very important addition, but I do think that it also needs to be a very well-tested addition. Anything often, it's either going to be a weapon that is never going to be used again, or it's a weapon, or it's the only weapon that is going to be used, especially if you do have some, because you do need to remember that you have a, in a big team that, if you always shift attention to the last one who shot, that would be too easily exploitable now that I think about it. Yeah, and other weapons as well. It's a tightrope that requires a lot of effort to balance well. Okay, we'll have... No, Iodrome is already on the field. Hello! Jumpy bastard. Seriously, I do understand you really enjoyed the underwater combat. I don't see it ever coming back. And if it does, it has to be something that you can switch off, make it 100% optional. There just is not... There are not enough controls on a controller to make it work. And even though with the bunch of more buttons on the keyboard, no, not easily. You'd need to be playing that completely from a first-person perspective to have a chance of making it work. Try 3U. They did the best they could with it, but there are good reasons for why it was not a good idea to have the underwater combat, nor to bring it back, unfortunately. Yeah, that is also something. It would be nice if they were to bring Generations to PC, but I don't ever see that happen. Okay, we're switching Glavenus and Iodrome. Okay, let me heal a little bit here. Two sticks do make it easier, but my comparison was 3U on the Wii U, which did have the dual sticks. It doesn't work great. They did the best they could, but it doesn't work great. You'd need a lot more possible control inputs. For some reason it feels wrong right now, but I did calc it to be you need at least 2 more analog sticks in order to properly control it, but you just don't have the time on that. Yeah, no. In that case, it would be. But as I said, I have my experience with them on Wii U. It helps, but the underwater combat, unfortunately, is still not great, and there was no way for them to make it really any better. They are fighting with some basic constraints. Bloody hell. I'm trying to kill Iodrome here, Glavenus. Please let me do so. I would hope for the Tonfas, and I do see that they would be the easiest to bring back with the support and everything I read they had. On one hand, I have to say that I am very happy that Capcom is not trying to remaster the old Monster Hunters time and again, but just having a port would be something I'd be really happy with. Make it a port where we can bring over our saves from the Switch. I'd be very, very happy. And even if not. But I don't see it happen, and I do That is not necessarily Capcom's fault. That is Nintendo in its license being very, very strict. That it's a perpetual exclusive for the older games. Not for... well, for the older games, yes. But not for the Gen games yet. Well, for Gen Ultimate on Switch at least. Bandit, hello? Poke and Jumbo. And yeah, the magnet spike, from what I heard, is terrifyingly powerful. Happy you got the powder, I also got one. And they can bring the villages back more easily than they can bring back the games. Yeah, and then people master it, and then suddenly what in playtests looked strong, but not overly strong. Nah. Okay, I don't have any personal experience, but from what I've heard, it is still going to be very, very strong. Especially if you bring it into the newer gens, where gameplay is much faster. You could do a ton of damage with that very, very quickly. Okay, not untrue. But still. There was an auto-dodging mantle? I didn't even realize. I did say we're going to be rolling over quests, and you had doubles. Let me have a look, because I really need a lot of low rank stuff here. It's not necessarily something I do want to go hunt, though. No, let's do some stuff for fun. We can do a 6-1 here. I hope I get another 3 level 1 tickets. not wrong. They definitely can rework stuff. And they probably will be reworking stuff if they bring any of the weapons back. You do not like Drill Tusk. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind fighting him alone. So let's leave that for another time. How about Uragan? How are you with Uragan? Because if you're not... also not. Okay, let me switch out the weapon. Well, it would go a lot better like this. Let's do level 6 Dread Queen then. Welcome back to PC, to your PC. I don't understand that part either. Personally, again, I don't play it very much, but I know somebody who really enjoys Prowler, and it's yeah, I don't know. But then again, for World, they would have needed to bring all of that. Although they did bring the Palicos along with you, so some camera and weapons, like some camera and some motion adjustments would have been basically all that would have been needed. Seriously, I am not 100% sure why not, but it might have been a fun side project done by the Gen team, and then... But they then decided that that is not what they want to see. Okay, no, I do want to go down immediately. And yeah, sometimes there are good reasons not to bring a weapon back, and sometimes you might even feel like you're not going to... it's not even going to be a great idea to try and overwork it because of something that came up during gameplay that you had completely overlooked before. I think you're right. That might be a good money idea, but... Again, it might have been something that was something fun, and they found that it doesn't work for the main games. Especially for Wilds. No, even for World already. Okay. That might be not quite fair, but with the much heavier story focus that they put in onto the games, it might actually be something that disallowed them the use of palicos to hunt, because the main focus should have been the hunter and not the palicos, or prowler in this case. Not exactly sure. Okay, trying to get your charger in. Hopefully that goes quick. With the Western focus, I'm just like, yeah, but I don't know. We'd need to ask them. We'd need to ask Capcom for that, but yeah. Okay. Unfortunate. Yeah, I really don't mind any of that, but it's always hard to say why certain decisions were made, why some of the weapons were dropped, why other things went the way they went, and then oh, bloody hell. Okay. That heal came in clutch. Of course, I'm grabbing the ledge there. Yeah, I did like Rise Sunbreak. It was a lot more colorful again. And I do miss that they're not making any new games in the old style, but then again, the new style is making Capcom a lot of money, so I don't think it'll come back. And if that is what Capcom wants to make, that is fine. But yeah, I'm going to be complaining, I'll be honest. There's a lot about Wilds I don't like, which makes the things in in World I didn't enjoy so much, and in Rise that I didn't enjoy so much seem nitpicky by comparison. Yeah, I'm not a big speed runner, at least not of Monster Hunter. I have a few games here and there that I from time to time speed run, but what I dislike the most about World and Wilds, or at least what the two games have in common, because Wilds has such a panoply of stuff that I do not enjoy so much, is the fact that all of the decorations are randomized, and you can craft some of the talismans. I'm not exactly sure if it's always the talismans, but I want to be able to craft my decorations, and the rest is fair to be random. I don't mind it. That's a bad poisoning. Yeah, I do remember that. That is, as far as I know, the case. Yeah, I'm not sure why they still haven't managed to fix that. Yeah, I do get that. I have to say, though, that I do not mind the talisman RNG quite as much as I do the decoration RNG. I started Monster Hunter at a time where there was no talismans, and so it feels to me like a bonus rather than something you really need to be grinding for. Yeah, okay, fair enough. That is indeed the case. If you do not have something great, if you can't put it into a great way, then it is going to feel quite bad. I seriously never felt like I had to spam that a lot. But yeah, RNG grinds are not great. Especially since games usually don't want to give you anything in order to really influence that RNG. Or at least World did not, and so anything you're trying to get, it's just so annoying. Yeah, GU kind of guilty with that. I agree. There are some monsters still that have other hit zones. For example, Gold Silver is still the wings. Oh, bloody hell. Let me go quickly through. Volcana is enjoyable, I think. Odogaron is a bit easy, but not a bad monster in and of itself. Anjanath just felt like easy fiery Devilio. Legiana, they missed something with that monster. Or maybe there was not enough room anymore to really do anything special with it. There are some good monsters in Rise, for sure. But World, its new monsters are... Xeno'jiiva is not very... It's not terribly good. Nergigante, yeah, if it were something that... yeah, I'm not 100%... Nergigante isn't the worst, but... Oh no, don't talk about... Yeah, Jagras, great Jagras, I don't like him. Tobikadachi, yes, Tobikadachi, I think they could have been a much better monster. It's okay. Puke is... Tobikadachi, I think, yeah, had they adjusted him a little bit... and had he not been so easy, then he would have been much better. I have not played that yet. Not sure if I'm going to find the time for that anytime soon. Well, I've been thinking about the monsters in and of themselves. Paolumo, the flying ring one, is very much a monster. It's boring. Its gimmick is basically to float about and not be too interesting. Absolutely, I'd be happy to help you next weekend with some more of those Slick Axes. Slick Axes are arena rewards. Let me have a look. I got 2, meaning Gunlance and... Which I'll Charge Blade according to my diagram here. I'm quickly going to be arranging this. Gunlance comes after here. This would be the first one. And I have... Must have selected an empty field there. Mark, it's your turn to select a quest. Yeah, no, bloody hell, what am I thinking? Hellblade 3, absolutely. Oh yeah, Call Quest. Oh, seriously? You're not getting them from the arena quests? Yeah, my bad. You're not getting them from the arena quests. But I don't mind helping out with these quests either. Let me have a look. Is this... I see, yeah. Especially if they don't drop very often. But you really have to go a little bit ham here in order to have a good chance of getting them. I am ready, Mark. Okay, maybe it's me misremembering, but I have a half thought that they were granted to you by the arena quests in Freedom Unite. Might not have been the case, though. Might be a bad memory. Bandit says hi. Thank you very much for the follow. It is very much appreciated. Thank you very much. I'll be taking care of Iodrome again if he wants to play with me. Well, of course I'm getting smothered there. So I was not misremembering that. Yeah, I did have to look it up that you had to do the arena quests in my latest Freedom Unite save. I had forgotten about that. The hardest G-Rank Arena quest I remember to be Terra Shogun. That one was a bitch. Rajang, on the other hand, on G-Rank was quite a decently easy quest, I seem to remember. I'm not sure, but I'm not 100% sure, but either I think they had the longsword available as a selection, and as I am very much just turn towards him and he comes jumping again. If Glavenus continues like that, congrats, Reich. I'm not 100% sure. Well, you also needed to beat G-Rank Rajang if you wanted to have access at G-Rank Fatalis. Snow Baron, Stonefist, Dread Queen. Then you are missing Red Helm. He's usually the first unlocked deviant. Fair enough, but the training one was easy enough to do with, I think, longsword. I think you had a longsword available. Oh yeah, bloody hell, I have not done that yet on the save. Luckily I'm not using the piercings very much. He's still alive. DOS is something that I have tried. I have not really gotten into it yet. I have not been playing Freedom Unite. Oh no, that's not actually true. I did play a little bit of Freedom Unite recently because I wanted to get some monsters that I haven't fought in a very long time. Luckily, emulation does allow for multiplayer. It's not always the most. It's not always the best, but it does work. PPSSPP is a mighty good emulator. Yeah, the main issue there is if you do via IP, that might not be working out always great, and I do not have an IP that I could be using for that. I do make the Yeah, so what I am using is two... that's bad. I have two VPN servers that simulate lobbies that I use for Freedom Unite. They work decently fine. One of them is Hunter's Verse. The issue is that the VPN there does not allow traffic through that is not the intended traffic for Hunter's Verse on Windows 11, which leads to the issue with leads to a slight issue with streaming. That is correct. Yeah, as for the Vita, I have seriously no idea how hard it would be. Oh yeah. I am playing. I'm using PEPS SPP on my mobile as well, switching save files back and forth. It works out. I can connect it via Bluetooth. I know that's a bit of an issue. And I probably at one point will either cheat and bring over my save file, or hopefully find a way to to get it over from the Switch itself. Because at one point the hardware is going to fail, and that is going then to lead to a ton of issues. The issue is to get your save onto that modded Switch, because they're not saved on the cartridge. As far as I know, they're not saved on the cartridge, which means, yeah. That's not entirely true, but you can only back up encrypted files, and I'm not sure there's a decryptor for it. Yeah, but you're not really getting... Oh, okay. Pull it from the cloud onto a modded Switch. Yeah, okay, I see. Congrats on level 13. 2 more to go. if some things would be I am not terribly happy with a lot of their restrictions there. Yeah, as far as I know, that the original modding for the Switch is more or less indetectable for Nintendo remotely. Not sure if that is true, but I do know that they are not bricking those consoles. Oh yes, I'm not surprised they are using that as well. Which way are you going? Well, in principle, but they can ban you from their network for it. Well, that is not done yet. The bricked PS5s there. Understandable, yeah. Yeah, that is something you don't have a lot of recourse against. Bricking a console, they can't do, but banning you from the official service, that they can. My Switch is not moddable, although I have heard there's been some advancements there. But as long as the official service, or as long as Switch 1 is accepted onto official service, I'm not sure if I do want to risk to mod it. True. That is good advice. The issue there is... Okay. I'm going to focus on him for a second now. Oh yeah, I do forget that it's running an ARM chip and we have ARM versions of PPSSPP available. Deviant Hunts tend to be a lot harder than the normal monsters they're coming from. You have not yet... Out of the monsters you have unlocked, if you do want to go for it, Snow Baron I think would be the most approachable. But Deviants are very hard, and yeah, if you still have some village quests ahead, I'd go for those first. At one point I'd probably get myself a modded Switch, but for now I'm good. The only thing I really would want to see is the possibility to pull my save files over. And that mainly only for generations. Actually, all the other save files are not they don't have that much time in it and are not critical to be able to still have, but you could. What do you think you could get to run at 60 FPS? I'm not sure if the Switch is stronger than that. It's strong enough for 60, the OLED model, I'm not sure. Modded, I absolutely can see it running 120. If I had it a very proficient emulator, I even see it running 240. Oh, bloody hell. It was a capture quest. I did have... yeah, okay. Bloody hell. My bad. Oh. It's your turn, Mark. We missed that one up bad. And now I feel stupid. Oh well, not the first time it happened. And Angry Chair, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday so far. And I hope you can look forward to much more of an enjoyable Sunday from now on. Doesn't matter, I forgot it. I could have warned you. I could have warned you. Should have remembered, but I didn't. I'm not great at remembering captures. Especially not if I get into a groove. Well, I do hope work is not going to be too bad and strenuous for you today. Yeah, I remembered it was a capture quest after he died, and I heard the wrong music playing, basically. And then I saw you slew the monster by mistake. Yeah, oops. That was actually a really good... that was actually really good for the Sword and Shield, the oils. And I think they also added a bit more depth to it. I really liked to have them there, even personally I have not played Sword and Shield all that much. So it's a lot of bad stuff, but yeah, I get that. Oh yeah, the hop. I am missing that one. So it wasn't too bad. In general, it was just a small catastrophe that we slew it. But that is on me. Completely forgot about the capture. Haven't had the opportunity to watch that one through yet. But I'm pretty sure that's a react you had a lot of fun with. Come on, Iodrome. Just die. Yeah, sure. I needed that one. Come on, you bloody drone. At least. I evaded the first one, not the second one. Okay. That was a flinch from him. I was hoping that'd be the end of Iodrome. I am getting lucky with the Hellblade powder though. Okay, that's Iodrome down, finally. Okay. Huge jump, I'm going to lock him in. Okay, I did catch the tail, even though I was hoping for both of them to connect. Okay. For GU, yes, if the redeem is active, you can also redeem styles with it. So for GU, maybe I need to set that down. The redeem is weapon and style. But it's not active during potential G rank multiplayer. That's terrible. That's terrible, and why do you want to bully Chair with it? Well, in multiplayer, I think that is going to be resulting in a widespread inability of anybody else to do something. It maybe works with a monster like Lao, where the monster is big enough for anybody below to be protected from it. The both of you did a duo aerial bow. Okay, for the last... Is it the last one? I can only imagine... Deviants are strong, but I do think the issue there lays somewhere else. Oh no, it's this one, yeah. Absolutely. Please take care and please enjoy the rest of your Sunday, Bandit. And yeah. I'm not exactly sure for when, but as long as I'm not in a... as long as I'm not in online, you may request me to switch over to Freedom Unite as well. Yeah, understandable, but yeah, currently I do play on OG hardware. Let's go with Grimclaw. We can kill these two and I'll be getting a few more things I want. For the Deviants, I'd need to... Mark, I'm just dissolving the quest so I can explain something. So, before streaming, I was... so I have quite a few already, a lot higher. And I have beaten everybody at least once. But some I just haven't pushed yet. And I'm currently trying to complete quite a bit of a grind. And the olders actually do not, like the originals actually do not start at G1. You have to clear them all the way up. And this is basically what I'm currently doing from... Well, there's still some longswords I have never set down before. But from here to here, like all of these weapons I still need to create, and I need all of the tickets for it, so... And you can't just start in G rank for it, so you need to go over. I do have beaten them, at least in the G1 stuff, not all the way through. But I semi decided that I wanted to build them all up for on stream, and it took a lot longer than I thought it would. I should have cleared all G1 levels with it, and I do have access to Bloodbath. And I forgot to sit down and eat again. Well, that's another steak. Bloodbath is a fun fight, if a tough one. I don't think Bloodbath is a Hunter rank 100 unlock. Oh, I'm not saying it's not a fair fight against Bloodbath, it's just... It's a tough one and an enjoyable one at that. So the Fatalis trio, yeah, I did remember that is a one there. Oh, I see, I see. But no, I had not missed them. Well, I mean, yeah, you have the big charges and all of that, but I don't think exactly cheap. Okay, I'm so happy he didn't roar there. That's not great. Yeah, okay. I can agree with that. That he can be feeling cheap. Yeah, Larinthioth is not a monster with a ton of presence on the map. That is part of what makes me like it so much. You'll need to learn some of those moments exactly. What you can do when, but I do think that is what really makes it fun. That it can punish you if you make mistakes. Absolutely, that is something I am missing with all of the other deviants. It is unfortunate. I was hoping to have recovered from the bounce there. And he is running away. If I can kill him up here, I'd prefer that. Two monsters at the same time is always a big issue. Never a big fan of that. Sometimes it's okay if you can keep them apart, but if they do sit together like in an arena or something, that can be very annoying. Part of the reason I really, on Ingle Isle, why I really focus on the Iodrome in the beginning of the quest we had. I do detest having two monsters there at the same time. Sometimes, though, it is unavoidable. And so I do my best to only have one walking around all the time. In which case you're not getting... Yeah, if you're then not getting rid of the first one very quickly, it is going to be a big problem, because they do... with both monsters being quite aggressive, that will be some stuff. Yeah, that is not an issue. I so rarely use smoke bombs anyway. I mean, I have a full stack, but it's probably going to be lasting for the next few millennia. Of course, Buldrum is going to think it's free real estate. It's a Baldrome. It's an asshole. I mean, with teenagers like that, how do you expect the adults are when growing up? Why then would you ever throw a bloody hell, ever throw a smoke bomb if it blocks a flash bomb? Okay, what quest is that? I don't remember. Ooh, okay, yeah. No, I can see... I can see then you might want to use something there. Yeah, no, the dung bombs are completely wasted on them because they basically immediately return. So you can focus on one rather than on two. I remember in Freedom Unite we had the double, well, they weren't hyper, but both of the metal Rathas together, and yeah, you can give up the ticket. I just realized I don't have the Farcaster. And that one was even more troublesome because it was both of them in the arena. Exactly. No gate, because that didn't exist yet. And put up a team of 4. I fought Gold Rathian until the others managed to kill Silver Rathalos. The hardest was to keep the monster focused on you, or for each group to keep the monster focused on them. And then I remember being completely exhausted later on, and basically the other 3 just killed her in a minute or two so afterwards, and I was just happy we had the quest finished. If you're going in solo, yes, but in the group, we were trying to keep Rathian occupied, which worked out. Well, we were 4 people, so we had a 4-person team for it. I focused I kept Rathian focused on myself, and the other 3 killed Silva very quickly. Or rather quickly. It was still G rank Metal Wrath. Oh, they are. Can you buy them from the granny? I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't think so. I know that you can buy raw meat if you have the DLC. Flash bugs? Yes. But flash bugs are not necessarily flash bombs. So yeah, she does sell the material you need to combine them, but not combined flash bombs, if I remember correctly. Where are we? Volcanic Hollow, it's that one. I don't... No, not so much. Well, if you use them a lot, yeah, fair, but... But flashbugs are not that much a problem. Yeah, bomb casings plus bug is bomb. So, as I did say, she does sell the all the ingredients for it. But the bugs on the farm are a decent catch and tree reward. Fair enough. I use them a lot less. Again, I think people can get, you can guess what I am maining in Freedom Unite as well. I still like the flash bombs to a degree with the Rathas, especially with Rathalos. Just flash him, bring him back down to earth. Put yourself between his legs where the spin can't touch you and have fun. Rathian can put some other stuff in between there, so... Oh no, those don't flash them. My rule of thumb is if the monster stops after being flashed, please do so. If it does not, don't. For a while, we did have flash bombs for Tigrex. That was very much in the beginning. I'm not bringing them anymore, really. Where we had a big team and we would flash him out of charges just to make it easier on us. The Wrath was a good target to flash. Gravios was meh to flash. Yeah, sorry for keeping you so long. You did say you wanted to leave. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. I hope to see you again soon, and please have a great rest of your Sunday. True. And Bennett, if you still hear this, I am mainly playing... I'm playing Monster Hunter on the weekends, and I'm playing other games under the week. Oh, come on. Okay, nice. And I did take a look at the clock now. I'm probably... This is probably going to be my last quest for today, unless we finish rather quickly. But we haven't even killed the first one yet. Okay, first one is down. It's quite smoky in here. Did somebody... Mark, did you use a smoke bomb here? Or was that just an artifact of something? So it was you. And here is the second one. Yeah, Velocidromes are... They can be annoying if you don't take care of them, but they're easily taken care of, so... Are you kidding me? That Renoblos does want... something from me, I'm guessing. Yeah, you do want something. Okay. Unsurprisingly, yeah. Easy fighting-wise, Midnight, or easy to get the crown-wise? Once you lock them bloody in, they are relentless. They are as relentless as the Bullfango, but at least Renoblos are not just going to come charge you by themselves. Okay, I see, yeah. So an easy hunt is more attempts. I know, okay. I have little idea from the top of my head what I'm actually still missing. For crowns, quite a lot, I'd be guessing. Okay, that's a crack. That is unfortunate. Astalos has cool weapons. I also do like his armor. From how it looks, I'm not going to be using it from skills-wise very much. Although maybe I should have a second look at it if I can put in handicraft decently enough. It might be something I would want to use. But his weapons, yeah, they do look great, and they are very sharp and very usable usually. Yeah. I wish you luck in getting everything you need. And he looks so hurt. Yeah, no, that is... Clip? What exactly? I seem to be missing half of the stuff in these moments. Well, you do know you can go back yourself to clip it. But I may, if I find some time later on, I might go back through the recording and make a clip out of it. For now, though... Okay. I'll see what I can do, go through... by going through and clip it, but that has to wait a little bit, for I am now needing to end stream. And then... yeah, so thank you everybody for having joined me on my hunts. Thank you everybody in chat for joining me and watching. It is very much appreciated. I hope you all are going to have a lovely Sunday, but before we go that far, I still have some things I want to go through, namely my upcoming schedule. So it was a lot of fun indeed. It's always a lot of fun for me, at least. I always hope that it is fun for you as well. So next week, so I'll be starting. Yeah, indeed. For some reason, I always lose connection after that. So schedule. Monday, Friday, let's start with the times. Monday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, I'll be streaming from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European time, although Sunday is Central European summertime. Same time, 13 to 18 o'clock, but it's Central European summertime, which corresponds to, for Monday, Friday and Saturday, corresponds to 8 to 13 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, and Sunday is 7 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. Thursday is going to be from 15 to 18 o'clock Central European Time, which is from 9 to 13, no, from 10 to 13 o'clock or 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And then what will I be streaming those days? Monday and Friday, more Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. I hope to finish the first round next week and then go on to the second one. Hopefully I can show off all 3 endings, but if not, I do want to show off 2 of the endings at least. The ending I'm going for now and the true ending. And Thursday it's going to be more Supreme Commander, more trying to get onto the ladder and really get into a competitive mindset there. And next weekend, of course, with more Monster Hunter, starting out with Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate for both days. Now we'll have a look for somebody to raid out to. As always, if you do have suggestions, please feel free to put it into chat and I'll be taking it under consideration. Thank you. Thank you for that, Lothraik. I'll be trying to find the moment that Malric was asking about, and I'll be taking it out of the recording. A few people playing GU, although I don't know them. Anybody else online? There's Alara. Well, I just saw that Jal is online. He's continuing Monster Hunter Stories 3. Couldn't raid out to him yesterday, so I do want to do that today. So, I hope that you're going to be enjoying his stream as much as you did mine. As I said, Monster Hunter Stories 3. As always with raids, I'd ask you to be nice. Please be nice, please be kind. You don't have to stay or you don't have to come along, but I do enjoy him quite a bit. Absolutely. Take care, you too. And for everybody else, thank you very much for having joined me. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope to see all of you again soon. You know my schedule. Whenever there is something that appeals to you, please feel free to drop in. And yeah, so basically all that is now left for me to really say is to thank all of you for having been here. I've enjoyed today's stream again very, very much. I hope you did too. And yeah, until we do see each other next time, please have a great time. And yeah, I think until then, goodbye.